Oh, video game start? Maybe not. Hi, Squidward. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to make video games start. I've been gone for so long, I already forgot. What's this about a DLC? Ah. Is it just not working? You're on time and we're already having our technical difficulties. Amazing. Nani? I probably should have tested it before, but I've been playing it for a while now, so it should just work, but I guess that's what we're doing today. Could probably hear it, right? Do it. Work. Ah da da. What is this going on now? Oh! I got it. Okay. I did get when I said that I almost never had. Well, yeah, you told me that. You told me that last stream, Squidward. I'm very sorry that happened to you. I don't know what to say to that, though. I hope you feel better. I hope that this stream will make you feel better. We're gonna have a good old fun time with our friends at in the digital world. Last time, we were preteens. Last time we were preteens, and this time we are teenagers with Cove. And the DLC, I read about this on Twitter. I read that they have like a wedding DLC for Cove, and at the beginning of this I was complaining that there was no like adult age for these characters, but apparently there is, and that is very good and cool. I like that. I feel like all my questions have been answered, and I think I don't really know what to do to get the like a good end. Even if there is a good end, that technically this is like the last part, right? The like teenage years. That's how far I thought it was gonna go, but apparently there's more. And I don't know if there's a good end, but we're gonna try to get it. Squidward, hold on to your pants. Yes. Cove customization. Oh yeah, we can customize Cove. Whoa! He's got Cove long hair? I like that actually. That's pretty good. Glasses, no. Earrings, can't see them. Can't possibly see them. Shirt, that shirt is whack. No, that shirt makes it look old. Oh, wow. So many customizations. Oh, we know. Yeah, and you know I love white pants. Dark Knight of Anime. Yeah, I saw your tweet, Dark Knight. Don't worry. I saw it right before I went live. Yeah, this is pretty good. I don't know if do I want him to have his old hair? I think so. I don't know. I like short hair personally, so I'm gonna go with that. Oh, oh wow. What kind of PJs is this? What is this? What are you wearing, buddy? What is it this time? I can't see the earrings. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it like this. What is this? Where'd you get this? This shirt. I'm very curious. Whoa, swimsuit? Cool, 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 cool. We get to choose a swimsuit too? No earrings in the swimsuit. In the pool. These are so short for swimsuits. Blue or pink? Blue, blue. Oh, formal? Are we gonna go to a party? How nice. All right, dress up for the nice party. All right, we got him. No glasses. No glasses. Well, the glasses are the whole thing. Like yes, it's either glasses or no glasses. Either he has good eyesight or no eyesight. Dang, that's tough. That's tough. Well, we're gonna do none. Done. Okay. It's tutorial. Oh, since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate, more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout step 3. Oh! Cool, I guess. Make sure the player experiences what they want isn't making sure that the experiences are what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works out. That's nice of you guys. Though initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. Interesting. For an example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. That's nice. Middle initiative means that there will be these certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also Cove will pretty regularly give affection automatically. Well, isn't this nice? We have a consent algorithm. Isn't that lovely? One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy, emotional, something else. In other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, Cove can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. It's all about me. High initiative includes everything. Okay, I get it. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. I got it. We're gonna go middle initiative. Okay, here we go. The start of classes ended the relaxed 3 days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Ew. We hate homework out here. Derek wasn't around nearly as much with school and after-school activities. There weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Oh yeah, last time Derek pseudo proposed to us. What the heck was that about, bro? I hate the boys in my class. They say they're just gonna tell the principal on me and friends. And my friends hug and hold hands. Our school has no affection rule against opposite genders, but we are all the same. You're in school right now, right? It must suck. It's so confusing. All schools are different. Some are better than others. My high school experience was pretty good. I had some good friends. There was drama, but it didn't involve me, so it was just fun to be outside of it, honestly. Anyway, Derek, pseudo proposed to us. It was half-hearted, so I did not accept it. I only accept full love and affection. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But I don't want to keep touching with him. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna lose contact. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. What was Jeremy's purpose in this world? None, apparently. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit. If you don't remember, Jeremy was that squirmy kid that was mean. Someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them being both ocean obsessed. Terry Brooke. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be a good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. New characters, that's nice. The female characters in this game are very pretty, so I'm excited. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. Oh man, built-in friend group in high school? That's nice. As for your home life, the donuts also had development. Hey, that's me. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Wow, wow, wow. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people use Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. That's nice. What was the point of Jeremy? Oh, does Jeremy come back? I already read it, Dark Knight. I already read it. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kiara visited several times after that summer. Things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. Oh, boo. You knew they talked more and they helped prevent a lot of friction or could start. I wanted to hate my dad energy in teenage years. However, Cove grew into someone no one would call social. He kept to himself usually. He cared for the few connections he did have, but didn't reach outside of them. That sounds like him, though. He never really was the talkative person in the first place. Outdoor and physical activity still had his heart and his body, but by this point, he had developed a real skill. Many people thought he had what it took to become a pro surfer, right? Things had shifted between you and Cove. You had been friends for years, but the closer you became, the more you felt for him. I'm gonna be real honest with you. In the game, I'm trying to get the good end, right? I'm trying to get the relationship end game, but personally, Cove is not like he's a good person. So I'm not like, I don't really, how do I say this? I'm not gonna get the marriage DLC, I'll say it like that. You were in love with him, you loved Cove, you knew that for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. I like his mom a lot better, unfortunately, for me. I don't think it's possible to go out with his mom. But she might still be single. Let's figure it out, huh? It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. The words they put in front of me. It was over and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. Oh, it's good to be back in this house, bro. Does it look different to you? It's been so long. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Hey, it's my sister, my college-age sister, or something like that. Your big sister, Liz, still hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. Jeremy's return is not what you think. It'll be under very interesting circumstances. I kind of expect him to return. So it's not a big surprise. Hopefully he will be different. Completely different. I mean, they wouldn't put a character in there that's not going to come back. I'm still waiting for Shiloh to come back. If he doesn't come back, I'll be upset. I want to see the boy again. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school. Oh, I did? So who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future? Oh, interesting. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Oh, I thought that we were gonna be like teenagers in high school, but apparently we're in graduated college. Is that correct? Am I correct in that? Because you had now also graduated high school. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted, apparently. Strangely, even though she moved away, you lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Sit up straight, Squidward. I was just I'm a picky eater, I think. And the meals you had reflected that your moms were happy to make food that fit your needs, along with dishes for themselves that didn't. Though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you who had a diet that excluded certain things, as Liz had been a vegetarian for a while. Like, I'm not like a vegetarian. I just don't. I just have a weird taste in food, I think. Oh my god, they're so old. Still. What's this? They got a lot older. Don't you think? How long has it been? It couldn't have been that long. Conversation had gone on idly without you fully taking in the words until your ears were peaked when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. They looked like they were in their 30s before. Now they're in their 50s, I suppose. Late 40s, 50s. And that's how I heard the news. All right. Now stop bearing the lead and tell us, why is it so called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street, as per Sunset Bird tradition, for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gaps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Ma may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. You're basically around 18, 19 in the age at this point. Oh, that's good. They look good for 50. They sure do. I still would date them. If only they would let me. Please, game. Please. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. So like they're talking about the old people? That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents and no grandkids away from us. Oh, she's just saying have a good summer. Okay. Good for them. Oh, Liz, oh, she's so pretty. She's as pretty as her mom's. Okay, they're talking about the old people. This has been a minute. It's been like a week or something. He didn't have anything to comment about the development. Well, I don't really care about the old people. My thoughts exactly, Liz. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. That's funny. Wow, she's so funny, guys. And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you, engrossed in conversation once more. You continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Where is Cove? Where is Cove? Show me the boy. Third time's charm. Is our living room different? Does it look different to you guys? As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had been done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had set up cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortless to do. You were very tall. The task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. I guess I am tall, technically. Yeah, I'm tall. I'm not, like, super tall. It was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically gifted. You felt great about how things were. You hope you might grow more? Nah, I wish I'd... For me, I feel like I grew too much, personally. You know, shopping for bigger clothes is not easy when you're someone who enjoys fashion. Shopping for bigger clothes is actually not easy. Things are too short on you. It sucks. That was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content about it when you were younger. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round is pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Bro, my eyes are gonna start rolling at the back of my head if you start talking about freaking whatever you're talking about. I don't want to hear about school. You're gonna have your conversation go right over my head, man. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. Oh my gosh. What are you gonna do next? Start talking about arithmetic? I think it's really cool you want to be an architect. I think it's cool. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. I'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college. If that's even your plan, what's going on with that anyway? Hubbada, hubbada, hubbada. College. You've had a solid plan set for a long time. Wish that were me. You came to a firm conclusion recently. Wish that were me. You had a general idea. Yes, there you go. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty going for you. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, you soared through with high marks. I was really good at school at the beginning of my school through middle school, but at high school I kind of dropped the ball on that. I kind of dropped the ball. That was the important part, but I still dropped it. Man, the struggle. I am an average, and I think about high school sometimes. It was nice. I'll miss it. All my friends back then, they all moved away and stuff to their colleges and whatever. It had been a familiar and enjoyable part of your life. So desu ne. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic. You're a good kid, Donnie. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back you up. Thanks. You're a good big sister. Woo 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 woo. Her dress is pretty. I love it. She is killing it. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy, soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. Bye-bye! You were focused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved onto a new chore. Yeah, chore simulator, yeah! But that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Aww. It was the phone's default ringtone. I actually do have the default ringtone on my phone. But I used to have an anime song as my ringtone. Not with the lyrics, of course, and that would be too cringe. Just like the instrumental. So it still sounded nice. You use one of your most beloved songs. It was the Nichijou intro as instrumental. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was, all my phones be pink, bro. I mean rose gold. What? Bell bomb disco? This is stovetop pack of gum? What? Why is Dota code like that? What are you talking about? This is not Animal Crossing. Did you notice? Squidward. Earth to Squidward. Rose gold. And it was just a phone, you didn't decorate it, and it had a special charm attached to it. Of course it had charms attached to my freaking rose gold phone. Where's the anime? A crab keychain? I guess. None of this is anime. I had Kotori Minami from Love Live School Idol Festival attached to my phone at all times. Sure, I'll put the crab on there. You're pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by the caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Oh, Lee, that's nice. Oh, you're just repeating to me what you read in Animal Crossing? Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age, especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping on the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after. Hi. Hey, Donnie. Sup? I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, dear cousin. I like my dear cousin Lee. She's so cute. It's good to hear from you. Right. She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift had ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. That's nice. That's cool. Anyway. You were off from your part-time job today? I have a job? Man, I'm killing it. You hadn't started working anywhere yet, so you can relate. Well, I did have a job in high school. Like you, Lee has started dipping her toes in the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool, that's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove doing? Oh, Mr. Cove? There was a teasing bend to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. The two of you were close, and that's all you could think on it. La-di-da. He was your best friend. At least you hadn't admitted you felt more than that just yet. He was an important friend, but you secretly hoped that he'd tell you he felt more than that. You were in love with him, but didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. But he was far more than just someone who lived in the same street. He was your boyfriend? I can just make him my boyfriend? I can speedrun? Sweet! That's what we're doing. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, back up. I want a confession scene. I don't care. Save. I want a confession scene. That's important to me as a player. So we're just gonna have to say we didn't do it yet. No speedrun. No speedrun. You secretly hope that he'd tell you he felt more than that. Yeah, let's go there. I want a confession and I want it now. Cove was so very special to you. You could only dream that it was mutual. You knew you wouldn't be able to tell him that though. Maybe he would take the plunge. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right in the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday or the last time you asked, or the time before that. Oh man, I'm big sad apparently.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon and he needs to be there too. You could understand where he was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd come back. I mean, that's fine, unfortunately, for me. Was it kind of nice to have breaks from each other? Yeah, even playing this game, I felt like we were too close. Is that weird? Well, I don't like him like that, so I suppose I would think we were too close. Oh man. It upset you. Your younger self worried about him leaving for good. Nah, it's good. It's good to have breaks, bro. You sent him letters the entire time he was away. I like the idea of that, but I would never do that. Your mom's helped you ship out care packages to him and his mom. You gave him special treasures to take with him before he left. You kept an eye on his house for him while he wasn't there. I'm not going to his house. That's where his dad is. His dad freaking sucks. You were incapable of doing anything until he was back. Red. I mean, I do this with my friends. Ship out care packages. It was always full of really great stuff. He sent you regular letters in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he had been trying to see her as much as possible before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. Does he want to move there? He shouldn't want to live with his mom. She's better. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Hope hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that. Maybe we should switch up to a non-Cove related topic? That works. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. So both of you exchanged goodbyes, and then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. Ine! Oh, my sister is wearing a hat. Oh my gosh, what an angel. Wow. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile and a cheeky hat. Look at it. It has florals under it. She's so fashionable. I've got mom's keys. I want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in a real city. Yeah, it's been way too long since I've gone anywhere exciting. Good, I'm driving. That was obvious. You didn't know how to drive. Hey, yeah, hell yeah. You were glad for that. You still had your learner's permit. Yeah. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. It was nice of her to do that. You had a license, but tried to avoid driving when possible. I still have my learner's permit, baby. Hell yeah. Go get your wallet. Anything else? We're going now. With a nod, you made your quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had stuff saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as from gifts you received. Yeah, hell yeah, get in that grody car, bro. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled in the car. It was a smooth ride there. The light conversation about what shops to stop at, and the radio blasting. Playing anime music, I assume. Crank up that Demon Slayer music, please. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. Dang it. It was something the two of you had always done for each other. I'm assuming that means she played K-pop when I specifically like J-pop. Ridiculous. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Hey, this mall looks pretty good. Looks like a mall. It looks like they took a picture of a mall and blurred it, but that can't be true. What a nice picture. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. Your hobbies and skills were the ones you developed when you were younger. You had gotten into new things. Yeah, get me into new stuff. I like to fashion. I like clothes and shoes and games, video games. Look at all this cool stuff I like to do. I don't like sports. No, I create digital. I enjoyed music. Oh, not that kind of music. I don't know how to play any. I partially know how to play the piano, but I never got far enough to be good at it. So Sad. I haven't given up on it though. Where's the anime, bro? Why are you doing this to me? Bro. Whatever. And that was everything major that came to mind. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. Oh, the mall is unblurred. It's so pretty. Who drew this? Tell me now. You realize you wanted to get a graduation gift for yourself to give to Cove. Oh. Okay. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the chance came, and you appreciated what you had gotten. If this means that I can buy something, graduation may already have come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You always keep an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at home already. Wow! Nice background. Eee. Eee. Eventually, the mall was explored in full. That's a lot of walking. With every shop of note being checked over, rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on the topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extraditions, the brands are so much more... Is she talking about architecture right now? Typical architecture student, always talking about architecture. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to be entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Donnie, don't draw attention, but look. What? What? Don't draw attention? When someone tells me to do that, I make a really big movements, unfortunately, and go like, what? Don't draw attention? Me? No way. Like that. So don't ask me to do anything. I literally am annoying. With a harsh whisper and subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more. Look! You followed her gaze as best you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What are you supposed to be seeing there? Donnie, doesn't one of them seem familiar? Oh my god, she's blurred out. My astigmatism is kicking in. Who took off my glasses? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again at the time and saw what she was saying. Please be Shiloh, please be Shiloh, please be Shiloh. Go! Shiloh! Yes! Yes! Buddy boy! There he is! There's the boy! I'm calm. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yup, that was definitely him. That's definitely my boy, my psychotic freak. I can't believe it. He's honestly just here. That's hilarious. That's just incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to them? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Donnie, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Bro, just walk up to the guy. What is this? You know what? I understand. I understand. If I saw a friend that I haven't seen in a long time, it'd be awkward. But I'd probably like, I'd walk up to them and be like, Gasp! So and so? Oh my gosh, it's been years, hasn't it? Wow, wow, wow. We need to catch up. Something like that. I'm sure I'm using my knowledge of social pressure to take the situation in my own hands. We're not doing that. It's a terrible plan. Oh, why do I have to be the one who watches? Let's try it. I mean, yeah, I mean, but it's so weird. Can't you just try to talk to him normally? Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head from the scene and brushing the skirt of her dress. Oh, who said that? Who loudly screamed Shiloh? That's crazy. Shiloh turned his head, didn't he? In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as the tension in the air shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up away from her face while switching back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Aww. Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something? Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. That's our Shiloh! Gotta follow Liz wherever. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Shiloh and you. I like that he's shorter than Liz. That's cute. Oh, he's look at him. He's still adorable. Hi, I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling. Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and that's Donnie. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes drew even larger, their gaze starting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. Bro, how can you not notice Liz? Look at that hair, bro. That is unmistakable orange. How could you? I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. Shut up, Shiloh. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genially you tried to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his head with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her. All right, Shiloh, I'm gonna box you right now. You remember my sister right now. We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Oh, who is this? Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group left already. A field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Oh, he's on a field trip. Oh, I see. Well, they said it was Shiloh, so we know who you are, nerd. And then the quiet was obliterated. Oh wait, I read that. Startled, your head snapped toward the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch, he said. Sorry. I didn't mean to ditch. I'm coming back. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Oh, brother. Shiloh, I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna beat you up, Shiloh. Liz theoretically as well as literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you! Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke was pained. Sorry. Stupid Shiloh. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him, is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shadow's ridiculous personal life for a year. Roommates? Oh, they're roommates. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Buddy, who are you? Are you gonna show up so I can tell how to voice you or not? Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude. Yeah, excuse me. We're the rude ones? Come say that to my face, alright? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. And, oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry, I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a real nice life. Blah. And that was it. That sucks, bro. I wanted to see Shiloh, and he's kind of still the same. He's got a new dominating force in his life that's not Liz. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing in one breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday was October 30th. That would have proved it. But no. Well, whoever Nate is, he sucks. Well, damn. You couldn't help but laugh. Well, Shiloh grew up to be dumb. Aw, I'm equally deflated. I'm so sad. Shiloh, come back to us, please. Shiloh grew up to be a big old stinky pants. That could have been a nice moment. Instead, it was disappointing. Why aren't you running after him? Go! Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. Yeah, we're not children anymore. We can't do that, I guess. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I would definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Dang, that Nate's got him at the palm of his hands. And I understand that. Shiloh has always been that type of person. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip and it's not usually how things are. True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Good luck out there. You'll need it. Liz smiled at you. It was the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Hey yo, Jan! Hey yo, welcome to the stream. We're big boys now, Jan. Look at Liz. Come on, kid. Let's finish our own trip. We're out shopping with our cool sister. We just saw Shiloh. That kid really disappointed us. It hurt, man. It hurt. He didn't remember us. Sucks. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. So dissonant. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. I still remember the friends that I had in middle school that I don't talk to. Liz had a glow up for real, yeah, but I always liked Liz. You didn't like Liz, but I like Liz. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. Yeah, I miss a lot of my friends. Some of them we've left off on bad terms, so at least Shiloh is consistent. Yeah. Yeah, he's the same as he was when he was a kid, except not as cute. You can't. That hat, that jacket, disgusting. I didn't like what. Let me go back to what he was wearing. I didn't roast him fully. Who in the world do you think you are? What is this? I do not like the fit, bro. I hate the hat. I hate the shirt. I hate the shirt. I hate the jacket. Ugh. Please, whatever you're doing, like, who wears green and purple? I'm sorry, brother, but that's not working out. Oh, you miss me, Jan? I miss you too. Yeah, it's been a while. Last stream, I couldn't really be in. I had some trouble, but I'm here now. It's good. I'm here to roast Shiloh. If he ever shows his face around me again, he better wear a better fit. You arched your back as you stretched your arms toward the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Bad fits, it's all bad. Yeah, really bad, I know. They're getting better though. As they get older, they're getting better. Shiloh has not figured it out yet, but one day he will. I'm so sure. Someone will dress him. Or maybe someone is already dressing him and they're making the wrong decisions. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room, I mean the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you first taken over her bigger room as she left for college, but there have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring up the topic to this day. Let it go, Liz. It's my room now. Thank you for being so gracious about giving it up. Yeah. Just want to follow my big sister's shoes. I like Liz. She's pretty. And she's cool. And I like her hair. Flattery as a compliment can only go so far, Donnie. He looks like that young lead in Disney Channel show. Oh my god, dressed like Miley Stewart. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Jan, get him. Oh my gosh. Stinky Shiloh. He needs to, at least looks clean. At least he's taking baths. You know, could have been worse. I don't know how much worse it could have been, but it could have been worse. Oh, but I'm still thinking about it. Disgusting. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both out of town for a visit. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. I like that. That's, what a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed, why can't I be Liz? Why is she so cool? Can I play as Liz instead? She's so cool. She must live a cool life. She flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporarily. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving in the new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Oh, sweet! Decorate my room! I'm excited. How about this? Oh! Which one? I don't like blue. I don't like dark blue things. Makes me sad. A trash can, like a hamper? Uh-huh. Let's see what it looks like on different places, right? Well, I like the purple. I think that's a little obvious. Candles? No. What, like an old lady? Candles. Wow. Fairy lights? Not in real life. This is nice. What is that? A guitar. I don't really like acoustic guitar. Oh no, I went back by accident. Well, daijoubu. Okay, I do like plants. I don't like guitar. A telescope? Nah, we're gonna get the plant. Acoustic guitar sounds so weird to me. Probably because it's always using country music and that is not very good to me. Okay, done. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged upstairs to your room. Yeah, sweet. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Is that boy climbing windows again? Oh, Cove. Oh, is he in my house? How did you get in here? Cove Holden. How did you get in here, nerd? Explain yourself. The shock knocked all the words out of you. How are you here, huh? Just huh? What? What, dude? I'm not that shocked. You're always here. Surprise. His tone was easy and relaxed. It was certainly a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state. Never mind your own house. I expected him to travel the world for me. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird. To be fair, you had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cole was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain. Was this supposed to be romantic? I can't tell that kind of stuff. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. He meant the window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. Oh yeah, the lore is that we haven't seen Buddy Boy in a good minute, so we're shocked to see him now. Aw, good boy, good boy. If I had my mouse being shown on screen, you would see me petting his head. I do that so much. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's all right. That's fine. That's fine. That was when you truly understand. COVID comes straight to you upon getting back to town. Sounds right. Sounds about right. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above anything else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. Oh, does the realization make me bashful? You shook your head at his antics. You stayed frozen from the shock. The shock, yet whatever. You walked over to join him. You ran to Cove. Am I not already in his face? What do you mean? Once an award, hopeless romantic nerd, always one. Yeah, he's an award-winning nerd for sure. I've never seen someone climb my window so many times. I guess I'll walk over there. I'll saunter, you know? He was here, and it was exactly where he wanted to be. There was no need to hesitate in joining his presence. I got to dress him as well in the beginning of this, so he doesn't look busted. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. You're so crazy. I'm not saying that. I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. Trouble's back in town, wink wonk. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing man in the world. Disgusting. I'm never saying that. You didn't need to say anything. Quaint. I'm just gonna say I missed you because everything else is cringe, bro. Trouble's back in town. Kill me before I say that. You ruffled his hair, you jovially punched him in the arm, you wrapped him in a gentle embrace. You pulled him in a bone-crushing hug. You jumped into his arms. You smiled at him. I could do a lot of things. I usually hug him, I suppose. I'll wrap him in a gentle embrace. At noon, or wait, what time is it? At almost nighttime. I usually do hug him. Cove sighed contently, melting into the hug. He wrapped his own arms around your back in return. He moved to wrap his arms around your shoulders and tucked his head into your neck. His breath was warm against your skin. Oh, that's nice. That's nice to know. I missed you too. Oh, dude, this is such a nice reunion. Oh man, how heartwarming. You know, it's true because I haven't seen him in like 2 weeks, like in real time. So this feels like this is right. This is correct. We're having a moment, guys. Even if he hadn't said it all outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks baring his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. Man, I'm feeling poetic tonight, aren't I? But he looked at you as if let me try that again. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. I'm the One Piece. Obviously, was the trip any good? Yeah. That's what he sounds like. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Hey, that's so convenient for this story. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Yeah, Cove. Yeah, Cove. I do like this guy. I said I wasn't gonna get the marriage DLC, but I enjoy his presence. Like if like I feel like good friends with him. Not not gonna marry the guy, but I do like him a lot. Cove stretched his arm out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you had been busy reuniting. I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me to see your dad? No, I hate your dad. You know that. You know I hate your dad so much. No, I'll walk you downstairs. Ugh, okay, I'll go to your room. I haven't been there in a minute and I love awkward. No, I don't. You know I hate awkward, but we're gonna go anyway. Sure, I can go over for a little while. Just a little while.
Cool.
Yeah, you cool. We're cool. Cole began to head to your bedroom door. I'm not gonna piggyback ride. What am I? What is this? A freaking romance movie? Ew. Piggyback ride. Be mature about this, huh? It's just my room. Don't be weird. The two of you casually, like, you do know what I'm thinking of? Like when there's like a really like romantic, exciting part in like a romance movie, they're always like jumping on each other. Like, calm down. My God. The two of you casually went down to the ground floor of your house. Yeah, casually, not with me on his back. Like, chill. In all the excitement of Cole's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before you left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove's eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with his collar, the collar of his top.
Really?
He doesn't have a collar. Really? I mean, you didn't have to do that. You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. The gift you'd chosen hadn't been something you could buy. Oh yeah, that's extra special. I'm not gonna buy him something. I'm an artiste. I drew him a lovely anime picture of his favorite show. That's what I made him. It was the orange shell he had been entranced with since you were little. A white poppy from the hill behind your house. That sucks. I would not like to receive that if I were anybody. I'll give him my shell. He likes those things. Let's reminisce, buddy. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid. After all, it had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid. After all, taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to you, to your fingertips, as the opening line of your favorite song was to your ear. Suyoku Naderu. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. Aww. I wanted to pat his head so bad. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. Please take it, or I'll have to smuggle it into your house. I really want you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put up his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. You really don't like it that much, do you? To give it to me? Ito. It was quite. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. You better. Oh, look at his wiggles. He's getting all wiggly on me, guys. Cove, rever. What is that? Reverentially. Do I have to Google that? Hold on. Now I usually don't do this, but I have no idea what this word could possibly mean. And Shilly. I'm sorry. I'm ruining the moment, but listen. They're always doing this to me in a way that shows a lot of respect and admiration. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm playing the. Whoa, oh god. I forgot to mute myself. Trying to keep the tabs of chat. Say that again? Reverentially? Reverentially. Okay. Sorry, the little kid that memorized words just came out of me. Reverential. Cove reverentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Okay, I'll accept that now that I know what it means. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if it was batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. Daijoubu! Cove, what's wrong? Ooh woo. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, I made a oopsie. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? It's just, you just, Donnie, I don't know what to do. Aw, poor buddy, pat. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes, like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? Ooh woo! Wah wah! I'm a terrible person. Oh no! Don't actually cry. My chat knows that if I start seeing people cry, it just is immediately very funny to me. This is terrible. I'm ruining everything. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, the Lord took their place. Oh, Babu. Yeah, no, you're welcome. You got some on your face and your tissue? Big man needs a tissue? His voice quavered? Not quivered, quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you in a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. Ooh. He burrowed his face against your neck. He shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're ruining my shirt. You didn't need words as you quietly accepted his appreciation. You're such a crybaby. As much as I was laughing, I'll call him a crybaby because that's who I am. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky grasp that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. What a babu. Goo goo gaga, Cove. You're really, seriously, too nice to me. You smiled back. You have no right to call anyone too nice. True. He was a mean little kid when he was younger. He was a little A little sassy. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Time to go home! Cove, chop chop! Get out of here. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I have to tell you, you're never gonna guess who I saw today. It was a little nerd. I almost punched him. You didn't give Cove a chance to reply. There seriously was no way that he'd figure it out. Shiloh! Shiloh. Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. Shiloh, shalalala, don't know it. Don't know it, never heard of it. From when we were kids, Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from the first summer, right? The one who moved? The guy was named Shiloh, and he looked just like Shiloh from back then, even wearing a hat still. We still can't tell if it was actually Shiloh, but it had to be Shiloh. But he had no idea who I was and ran off somewhere. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it. Though you knew him better than I did. Cove still is the same personality. He's just like, other people? Who cares? Question mark? That's always been his personality. Just like you mentioned one other person, he's like, I literally don't care. Hilarious. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh never quite got along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. Anyway, enough about him. That was everything you had on the news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day. Was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah. They're not coming! They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predicating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Did they die? I don't remember what happened to them. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. And we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. Yeah! You nodded. The two of you headed out and traced the most familiar path you'd ever walked. The trip across the road over to Cove's house. Man. Good times. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of the new day was soon upon you. Was I misinterpreting when I thought we were going to his house? Remember when I thought that? I guess we weren't actually going. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day follows suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends Cove, Miranda, and Terry to go into town. Yeah, our new friends! Some people we haven't seen yet. I'm excited to see Miranda and Terry. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Mom! Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting with some people. You wouldn't understand, Mom. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get in too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try. But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over there. Alright. Thank you very much. Oh my god, can I punch his dad? Why does he look so good? What is wrong with him? Can he look a little older? Was he like freaking 15 when I first saw him? Why does he look like that? Why am I angry about it? Sir. Look at him. Look at him. He doesn't have a single wrinkle on his face, on his perfect pedicured face. I could punch him. As soon as you're outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove's dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. Yeah, I guess they would notice me. I'm standing in the middle of the road. Anyway, why does he not look older? Does that not upset anybody else but me? Okay. Hey there, Donnie. Cove smiled lightly and waved. When you began making your way over, he added, "Hi." Am I gonna hug him in front of his dad? I want to. God, I hate him so much. Maybe if he looked a little different, I would be like, oh, he's aged and learned things. He's probably older and wiser, but he doesn't look older or wiser. He looks still like a big... I think it's the surfer dude lifestyle that keeps Eclipse 6 so young. Yeah. I mean, sure, whatever. I mean, yeah, look at how low that shirt collar is, though. He's so proud of himself. I can't stand this man. I need to calm down. I can't stand him. I need to like put my hand like up on the screen and just crop his face out. Okay, I'm just gonna hug him because I like Cove. And I'm gonna try to ignore the man. I don't know why my hatred for him has grown so much. I guess it's because he hasn't changed, and that for some reason pisses me off so much. I'm gonna hug him, but glare at his father. Following your lead, Cove hugged you back, and he held on for a few seconds longer after you let go. You know that thing where people are like being so nice and then they just kind of do the two fingers, the eye thing? That's me. That's me right now. His eyes shone brightly at you when you did part, sending your heart aflutter. Oh, that's so cute. Okay. We had a nice hug with Cove. I'm feeling better. If only my mans over there could just walk away for a second so I can enjoy this moment. Anyway. As Cove's cheeks flushed, he couldn't quite meet your gaze. He didn't speak, but you felt that if he did, he would be tripping over his own tongue. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Okay. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. Nah. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. That man has no thoughts. He's never had one thought in his mind. I don't believe a second of that. So, what are you up to today? Me and Cove are meeting some friends later. We're gonna paint the town red. Exciting. They will know what hit them. It's nice. Nice, sir. Cove shook his head disapprovingly, but you knew him well enough to tell that he was entertained by your notion. Yawning, Mr. Cove stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Ugh. Maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. Hopefully not. You've been here too long. If seeing a new person rent your condo is what you consider exciting development. I don't care about the new people. I don't care. Yeah, I'll say the second one. I mean, maybe they'll be interesting. Maybe it'll be Jeremy. For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was laughing and slightly shaking his head. You might be onto something. Cove put a reassuring hand on his dad's shoulder. You can still make the most of your life before it's too late. How old do you think I am? I'm not that old. Okay, maybe I am. Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me, Buster. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I need to head over to work soon. This guy has a job? I keep forgetting that. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. It's okay, old man. You old man. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Oh, really? Of course. Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. Dang. That works. He's just a nosy old man. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Uh-huh. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time. You both watched his dad leave. Yeah, I'd be happy too if he left. Well, he did leave. I am happy. Cove's dad was kind of a bother. Okay, so last time, Mr. Cove, the reason why I dislike him so much is because he had brought his ex-wife, Kyra, to Sunset Beach, or Sunset Bird, and he didn't tell anyone. He told Kyra that Cove wanted her to be there, and Cove didn't say anything about that. He had just lied to her to get her to come there, and it was so awkward. You know how awkward it is to have your dad and your divorced parents just in the same room with each other, like, for some reason. It was so awkward. I had to have dinner with them. It was the worst time of my life, and it's all Mr. Holden's fault, and he sucks. He made everything weird, and I don't like that. I'm just gonna say he's a bother. You used to think he was funny when you were younger, but not so much anymore. Nah, he was a weirdo through and through. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay? I know that guy's kind of a mess. Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. I guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. See you later, bye! Later, Gator. I'll stick around to see a new neighbor. I can wait with you. Why don't I stay to see the new neighbor and keep you company? Best of ever response, except for the see you later, bye. I want to see, I guess. Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait wouldn't be too much longer, and besides, you just couldn't leave Cove. Oh, really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? Oh, look at his little tooth, he's so cute. He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response. I like that too. We have so much in common. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you firmly. He was serious. Don't Don't pull a dad on me. Donnie, you are my true ally in this world. Nice one. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement. I knew you'd stayed for me. Kawaii na. It's no problem. You're lucky to have me. Yeah. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. The luckiest. So, man, who wouldn't want to have me around to laugh at them when they cry? For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. Or he didn't mind? Oh, you didn't mind. Okay. The smile on his face reached his eyes and made you feel electric. Oh, man. What does that mean? Electric? Eh? I don't understand some of the things that they say. What do you mean I felt electric? What does that mean? And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. This is gonna be the when they said everything was like balmy outside. Or do you remember that? I'm still not over that. What does balmy mean? Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? The only people who came out here live here. It has to be. Oh, the only people who come out here live here. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. Maybe it's a cute boy. Squee. The taxi pulled to us. I'm really curious. Is it gonna be someone we know? It has to be, right? There's so many characters that we haven't seen that much of. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Please be Jeremy, please be Jeremy. I actually hope it's Jeremy because that'd be interesting to me. And hopefully it's Jeremy, but grown up and not a gross little baby. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Only one person? Oh man, who is it then? Huh? You could feel that what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you expected. It is a guy. It is a cute boy. I was right. Yes, good. He has freaking black and white hair. Look at his edgelord. Okay, fit check. Freaking Death the Kid symmetry like jacket right now. What the heck is this? He has a mole on his neck. He's got the belt. I wonder what kind of pants he's wearing. I guess they're like gray or white. Bro, what's with the eyes? Is he an edge? He's such an edgelord. I can tell right away. He's freaking wearing eyes. He's gonna talk about being a demon lord. I know he is. Look at him. It looks like he came out of the Twisted Wonderland game. Anyway, it was a young man. Has to be close to your own age, of course. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. We do appreciate a fully monotoned individual. We love the commitment. It's not bad, but it's giving off edgelord vibes, and you know how much I have a disdain for edgelords. I can't. The only other pop-off color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission, a pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Bro, I'm about to If this guy's personality is what I expect it to be, I'm gonna love this guy. He looks like the smuggest. I can't understand my love for the smug. I can't. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Yes, finally. I hope there's drama. Give it to me. Hallelujah. Oh man, he is a spiritual boy. I knew it. I knew he was an edgelord. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. Bring the edgelord over here. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, with a firm click he shut the door of the ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of his trunk. We love the commitment. Is he a goth or something? Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. I'm so happy to see that character. That is very exciting. His design is very nice. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around the corner. The new renter had officially arrived. In style. Look at this guy. Hello. I can't stand him. I can't stand him because I love him. Get away from me. He left his suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Ko is like, dang it, this guy's about to stomp all over me. Ko finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
Oh my gosh, he has that kind of voice. Did you hear that?
Excellent.
Edgelord, edgelord, edgelord. Baxter can be one of your love interests, but GB Patch hasn't released the DLC for it yet, but it could come out soon. Why would I want to date? I do like this edgelord. If he does have a DLC, I might entertain the thought because he is very interesting. But I have to know a little more about him first, I guess. I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side when he approached from. See, the thing about it is that I sometimes I like edgelords. There are only two types of edgelords: ones that I hate with all my might and ones that I love unconditionally. And you know, he's gonna have to go in one of those boxes. You were standing on the side when he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. Me? What a gentleman. You offered to low high-five him. I don't know him that well. I mean, that's weird. You held your arm. Imagine if I offered him a hug. Bro, I don't know what. Imagine if I offered a stranger a hug. Kill me before that happens, bro. I can't even hug my freaking uncle without it being weird. You kept your. I'm just gonna shake his hand. Whoa, stop. His jeans are ripped. His jeans are ripped, and he's got like 20,000 black rings, bro. This guy is a treat for the eyes. He's got lots of a contrast, is what you would call that. You shook his hand. Baxter gripped your hand firmly and gave a satisfying shake. Welcome to Sunset Bird, Baxter. I'm Donnie, your new best friend. Hey, Donnie. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. Oh, he's so sociable. I could never. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove instead crossed his arms to express his rejection of the idea, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I love it. Give me the drama. I'm Cove. I love it. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. This game is finally starting to seem like a dating game. Before it just seemed like a getting to know people game, but now finally I feel like things are happening. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. He's doing his own fit check, is he? Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? Oh, he's about to roast him. It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to the one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. It's really not. Freaking me out, dude. Hey, only I get to fluster him. No, that's creepy. Don't say that. That's a lot considering you're talking to a stranger, Baxter. You don't know what to say. What did he really... Can I read it again? What the hell did he say? I can't imagine more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. I mean, I agree with him. Me and this guy are energetically aligned, I feel.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you living with it this long, but I promise to an onlooker it's a knockout. Yeah, me and Baxter high five. Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. As my new best friend, Baxter. You notice that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, it wasn't intended to be mean. It wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Was there an I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. I'm sorry. I didn't get it. Swooped right over me, bro. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some filing to do. Filing? He stood up straighter, striking up a pose with the position of his feet. Ah, I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. That's amazing. I have a character who's a ballet dancer. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. Cove is the same as he always is. I love him. He actually gave a compliment this time though. He's gotten so much nicer. It's not hard once you get down the basics. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. My man. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. This guy's great. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Thanks. I'll pass, I think. Donnie, this guy's a freak. He's too forward. Oh, can I take what did he say? Bro, this guy's awesome. Is he gonna... I could probably show you some moves on bust a move out right here, right now. Oh my god, This sounds like I'm flirting. I could probably show you some moves. Wink. I'll take up on the offer sometime. Sure, you know, that sounds right. I look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it. What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for the semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued. Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but luckily for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Wow, he's so nice! Cole was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. What, is this not being just a nice person? Am I good? Am I crazy? What? Yeah, maybe he's complimenting. He's not trying to scam us, is he? Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I love the dynamic, guys. Keep it up. You know I love it. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself. And when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Wow, what a great guy. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Guys, am I not? This guy's great. He's the nicest new person we've met in this whole thing. I swear he is. Besides Lee, who's my cousin, but I like her. She's good too. Baxter crossed his arms. After setting your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No. That isn't the point of speaking well to others. I was raised better than that. I love this guy, dude. Come on. I might buy the DLC for him. He is great. Sorry. Though, would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also, no. I'm flexible. Not a surprise, I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention. But I would like to be friends if we can. Yeah, let's be friends. High five, my guy. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. This is the most like, I never had a conversation like this with a person. Someone who explains themselves like that. I don't think that happens in real life. People don't explain themselves, they just start doing things. Thanks for answering. I'm not interested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. Hey man, you're cool with me. I don't care how you roll. You seem like a good time. I'd appreciate if you didn't do that with me. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. You probably annoy a lot of people. Bro, you don't understand me. I appreciate that. I'm finding it entertaining. Baxter laughed at that. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight on his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since you are both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. I love Cole's reaction to this guy. He's just off to the side like, God, I truly hate him. You smiled and silently agreed. You laughed in a conspiratorial way. You looked away nervously. You told Baxter that you were both waiting to see who was going to move in. The honest truth. I don't want to seem like a country bumpkin. And it's not the country, but... What did it say? Did my arrival interrupt anything? Yeah, I'll just tell him. All we were doing was waiting for you to finally show up. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already, not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Goodbye for today. Bye-bye. Cove simply waved. Look at Cove's face. I'm just sitting here like, bye, loved ya. Mwah. Baxter then turned on his heel and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to the condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared into the house. Enid, doesn't that guy great, Cove? With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath. I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. That is pretty funny. So, you like it when people say that sort of stuff about people? It's okay to do it? Never mind. Cove, yes, it is. I like nice people. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. Let's get out of here. Ha, yeah. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. He's definitely gonna paint that black and white. You're looking forward to seeing more of him. You thought he was charming. You were not interested in him. He's very charming. I liked him. You really weren't sure when, but at some point Baxter won you over. You were curious to get to know him better. I liked him as soon as he came out here with a different colored shirt, just like me. We both have the same aesthetic. His is black and white, mine is colorful. Laughing quietly, you wondered how Baxter would fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. Coming out here looking like Monokuma. Monokuma Gajinka. All he needed was red eyes. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all the thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. Now I'm still thinking about Baxter. Ooh. Nice. I love the backgrounds in this game. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. It's playing Nichijou. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small amused noise from Cove. His head was slightly tilted to the sides as he carefully looked at your old keychain. Aw. Oh yeah. I can't believe you still have that. Aw, he loves stuff like that, doesn't he? Well, someone was crazy enough to get it for me, so I might as well use it. Of course I do. I love it. I like the thingy. Aw. You meant it. The intensity of your words had Cove blushing and looking away from you. For a moment, you were both at a loss for more words. You were sucked into remembering that day he brought it for you. Cove was the one who spoke up again.
Nice.
I'm actually glad you like it. He looked from the keychain to you. His smile reached his eyes. It makes me happy seeing you care about it and everything. Hi, Jessica. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. It makes me happy to see that you're happy. Yeah, we're all happy. We're all having a good time. Baxter left us all in a good mood, I think. What does the script say? Tell me more about why you hate your dad. Oh, you read that? People read that? Oh. I thought that this was gonna be like a lot angstier than it was. I thought we were gonna be in our like 15s, 16s, the premium angst years. And Cove disliked his dad for like the first like 3/4 of this game. So I expected more hatred, but he seems to be getting along with his dad these days, so. And I hate his dad. And I wanted to hear more about that. But no, I guess not. We're gonna be fine with his weirdo dad, I guess. Smiling, you refocus on the task at hand. You opened the new text from Miranda, and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. I gotta see this girl. Whoa, my phone is... They actually designed my phone? I said it was rose gold with the keychain. They did it. That looks like my phone. Haha, I see you looking. Where are you? Yeah, where are you? This is... I like this. This, whatever this is, I like this. No, that needs to be... no, that needs to be like a... more part of this game. I want to keep texting. How can you hate Cliff? He's trying his best. I hate Cliff because he tricked his ex-wife into coming back home and didn't tell anybody and made it awkward for me and everyone around him. And Cove was freaking out. And he's a terrible person and very selfish. How could you do something like that? Like, the whole time I was wondering if he thought that his ex-wife would come back to him or something, or I don't understand his thought process at all. No one asked him to bring her back, and yet he was like, oh yeah, Cove definitely wants you to be here. He told me that with his whole chest, so that's why that man is creepy to me. I'm like, how are you stalking me? I'm scared for a minute. No. It's like, I mean, how could he and the fact that his personality is like, he's completely ignoring the fact that he did all of that stuff. Like, how can you, like, we never talked to him directly about it either. I never got any closure for that or any reasoning behind why he did it. I'm just here left to be like, just thinking about it. But we got to see a MILF, so that's good. You know what, Jessica? I'll give you that. Cove's mom is a hottie. And, you know, I can't deny it. I can't deny that he brought her to me. But I just don't like how he did it, okay? Could have been better. The message was sent and you are back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces. But they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. I gotta see them. I'm so excited. You sighed at their ridiculousness. I'll sigh. Get these kids out of here right now. You weren't sure what Miranda had planned next. Cove looked at you, puzzled, raising an eyebrow. What happened? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving wildly to draw even more attention to themselves. They sound like me. They sound like me when I try to get attention of my friends. Cove took a step in their direction. He grinned and waited for them to get closer. Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street. Hi. Oh my gosh, Miranda! You're so cute! Oh no! Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long. Hey, buddies! Oh my gosh, Terry! I love them. I'm sorry, I love them. Sorry, but I love them. Hey, buddies! Hi. That joke was very funny. How did you appear out of nowhere like that? They started giggling again. Terry glanced at Miranda, wondering what their story should be. Terry looks like someone that I dressed when I'm drawing. That's definitely something I would give a character. It was magic. Gesturing in a vaguely whimsical manner, Terry went along with the decision. And magicians never reveal their secrets. Ooh. That's fair. I understand. That makes sense to me. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? So he did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed. He said sorry. Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him while with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight on the other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back! Thanks. Man, Miranda is adorable. Oh my gosh. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either. Cove. Terry's poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday. Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with the okra activities. Okra. Should I know what that is? Is that a sea thing? I'm very paranoid and thinking about myself. I know that I hate my dad. Everyone hates their dad. That's just how it is. In every show, everywhere, we all hate our dads. That's just how it is. Anyway. But it is a thing in most characters, especially anime. Their dad kind of is trash and the mom is like an angel. That's how it is. It's a trope at this point, but it's kind of true in a lot of people's lives anyway. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic interests, he volunteered for Ocean Restoration California affiliation. Wow, what a stand-up guy. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. It was Cove's activity. You joined Okra too after learning about it. No, I did not. You were an Okra member and introduced Cove to it. Nah, I don't care about that. It's not like I don't care. This seems like something I wouldn't do though. It was Cove's thing. I'll let him do his own thing. I mean, even in reality, most dads are trash. Yeah, Jessica, it's a more likely than not. You know what I mean? You ask somebody if they do, it's like a 50-50 chance, really. Their big smash event for the year is coming up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. You nodded, wondering how the event would turn out this year. I know you can do it, and even if it gets really bad, it'll still look good on a college application at least. Oh, that's true. Hey, what? Guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. Terry speaking my language. Let's go, girl. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm always hungry. Time to go. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left was where exactly to stop and eat. What anime would you guys like to be in? If you were in an anime and you had to hate your dad, because of course you do, because you're in an anime, which anime would you be? I think I know the answer, but I forgot it a long time ago. I had like a solid answer of what anime I wanted to be in. I can't remember it now. Was it Nichijou? I liked that a lot as a kid. Just like that's a goofy place though. Explosions everywhere. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever is the most peaceful, cutest anime, that's where I want to be. The ones that make the food look crazy good and people take big bites out of it. That's the anime I'm gonna be in. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. Some peaceful anime so I don't die. Yeah, just some slice of life anime. Just insert me into their life. Like Pokemon? I feel like Pokemon is not that peaceful. Wasn't... You'd have to be ruled by your Pokemon overlords and fight like poachers all the time, basically trying to steal your animals constantly, and also get burned, electrocuted, and poisoned. And do you know how much lore Pokemon has where they steal children's souls? Did you know that? Every time I decide to read a Pokédex, I hear about how Pokemon kidnapped a child and stole their soul, and now they're wandering around with that there. Did you know that? It's so not annoying. I'm trying to say it's so weird. I like it though. It's good. I like that. It's eerie. It's something you don't expect. But I don't know if you want to live in that world. Even though it's very cool to have a Pokemon, I don't think I'd want to live in Pokemon world. Just get a dog. Same thing. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that you and your wait a second. Wait, what? You and your Cove reached your neighborhood without wait, did I miss something? What do you mean? Wait. I thought they were cute animals. Oh yeah, you have to if you play Pokemon and you read their Pokédex, you're gonna see a lot of weird stuff. These Pokemon get up to some weird things, guys. Yeah. It's very creepy. But I'm surprised right now because we didn't hang out with the girlies. What the heck? I wanted to hang out with Miranda and Terry. Miranda. I want are you looking at this? It's nighttime. What? Without event, this entire time, this game has painstakingly made every single event you encounter into some long thing where something always happens and you get every single detail. And I've been thinking about Terry and Miranda this entire time, and now that it's fine, they're finally here, we don't get an event for them. Nani. I'd never been so disappointed in my life. I liked Miranda. Bring her back to me right now. This is upsetting. Oh, I get a chance to hang out with them later? Okay, better. Alright, here we go. You were walking tiredly after such a long day. If they really skipped out on me talking to Miranda and Terry, I would be super upset. You were walking tiredly after such a long day. You strolled up with a skip on your step. I'm gonna be upset because I wanted to see what we did that day anyway. Oh, I'll give you a piggyback? Yes. This is the appropriate time for a piggyback. When my feet hurt and I need a big strong boy to take me back home. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tighten your grip on Cove and turn your eyes ever so slightly, peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. Maybe I'm tired. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you didn't hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. Oh, let me drink some water. I watched a video where Peach from Mario's head fell off and became possessed. What? That sounds like a completely normal video on YouTube. It doesn't. Don't mind Jessica. Don't look at it. Don't think about it. Don't look at it. But there's a lot of horror on YouTube. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You had been considering more and more, and ideas were starting to settle in your mind. You hoped... Oh man, you want me to have a path in life? Forget about it. To go to school part-time, to work part-time, to work full-time, to focus on time that's not school or work. My plan? Okay, let me think back to when I was almost going to college. My whole steez was to go to school. Yeah, and to do other stuff. For your education, you thought you'd... I wanted to go to art college. I wanted so bad. You really want to know what people think while creating that kind of stuff though? It's not that... well, I suppose I wouldn't know. But it can't be anything too crazy. Where's the art college option? Is this it? Is this it? Is this one? No, this one. Go to a private college. That's an art school, basically. For yourself, you wanted to work on improvement on your own. Take some time to relax. Just figure out what you truly want. I'll just improve or whatever. I don't know. Take some time to just relax. Try to figure out. Yeah. And that's what you wanted to stay local, go to a different part of the state, out of state, go abroad, travel around to different places. I've always wanted to go abroad, but that's not a possibility for me. Maybe one day. It'll all be happening so soon. You already applied to schools, you started to prepare for what was coming. I hadn't begun to do anything about that yet. I mean, what else was I supposed to do? And you'd been open about your situation and everyone knew, and you'd only spoken about this with family and those who you were close to, like Cove. That sounds about right. I'm not very good at keeping things to myself. I'm just gonna say that right now. If I'm doing something, my entire family knows that I'm doing it. And I don't know why that is. Either they're nosy or I'm too open about it. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You had heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Cove stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You're both outside your houses. Where would you like to live? Like what country? Obviously, I think not just because I like anime, I'd like to live in Japan. It just seems like it seems like a quiet place, you know, and that's what I really want. Just a quiet place. I live in a really bustling city. It's loud, people are loud, and it's bright all the time. I don't I don't like it that much here. If I could live in a more peaceful place, that'd be better, I think. The Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. I've been learning Japanese so I could go there one day. I'm not doing great. I'm not big brain, but I'm figuring it out. It's gonna take a while, but I can say Japanese words, so that's good enough, I suppose. So are you still thinking about doing self-improvement stuff and stuff abroad? Oh yeah, I definitely want to. If you want to come to Japan with me, you can, Cove. That'll be so fun. What's your favorite anime? I don't like it where I live either. My favorite anime right now is Demon Slayer, but before Demon Slayer, because that's fairly new, before Demon Slayer, it was like kind of niche stuff like Princess Jellyfish and you know, stuff like that, slice of lifey stuff. I like Haikyuu a lot. I used to like My Hero Academia a lot before the 4th season came out. Assassination Classroom, that's good. Hunter x Hunter, that's also up there. I have a lot of animes that I like. My favorite is Demon Slayer though. Okay. Oh yeah, you remembered. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. What is it, big man? Tell me. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm gonna stay here. At least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else. Maybe I'll know what I want for my life by fall, or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a time that someone else has set. I just can't do it. I wish that were me, bro. I was crushed to death by the weight of expectations, and I still feel that every single day. I wish I was like Cove, because he seems so free. Oh, Wonder Egg Priority? I did watch that. I liked it until the end. The end was not very good. I thought it was very fun though. I like the magical girl thing. I love magical girls. I do watch the Pretty Cure series. That's one thing I should say. Another one of my favorite things. Yeah. I'm pretty disappointed with Wonder Egg at the end there. They had me until the very end. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. No, that's chill, Cove. We're chill. I don't know if you finished it yet, Jessica. I don't want to ruin it for you or anything. Yeah, sorry if you didn't finish it or something. You might like the end, I don't know. Maybe. I have a whole list of anime I like. The Promised Neverland is up there. I like that show a lot. First season. There's only one season of that show. That's too bad though, right? To be honest, I just pretend the ending doesn't exist and made up my own. Jessica, that's correct. You're correct to do that. That's very good. All right, back to Cove. He's talking to me about something very serious, but I'm talking about anime. The dissonance is insane. He laughed very self-derivative. What does that mean? Nani? Nanda. What? Derisively? Derisively? What does that mean? In a manner expressing contempt or ridicule. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't normally whip out the phone and ask myself what these words mean, but they're really tripping me up these days. He laughed self-derisively, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Aw, don't worry, buddy. You looked at him. Did I feel annoyed? No. This guy gets it. Your plan sounds very you. I want you to come with me. Do you want to come to Japan with me? I could use a buddy. But you'd have to learn Japanese too. I don't know if you're interested in that. So ne. Wakaranai kedo ne. Maybe he can come with me? I don't think so. Okay. Your plan sounds very you, I'll say that. Nothing about his plan surprised you. Honestly, you felt like you should have seen it coming, but regardless, you had to support him every step of the way. He exhaled, releasing some tension in his shoulders. Thanks for hearing me out on this. It's a good plan. I wish I had that plan. I wish I even knew that was an option. You knew him well enough to know that Cove wasn't feeling completely better about the way things were. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Oh, isn't he so sweet? What a sweet boy. Cove's whole expression softened, his lips pulled into an affectionate smile. Donnie, you deserve to have everything you want in life. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, don't I? Thank you, Cove, for understanding. I want you to get everything you want in life. Oh, do I? Oh, none of this stuff is what I said. Okay. Oh, well, you're wonderful. Your voice came out softly and sincere. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer. You have an upcoming field trip? Oh, how exciting, Squidward. I hope you have a good time. Where are you going? Oh, is he crying? He's such a crybaby, this one. And he placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. Oh, this guy. This is not the angst I was expecting today. I was expecting hate my dad energy, but instead, I got love your friends energy. I do feel better about him. You felt better after his reassurance. He's so cute. Oh my gosh. Okay, whether Cove realized it or not, he said exactly what you needed to hear. He was right, and you almost felt excited, wanting to know what kind of future was waiting for you in a few years from now. Maybe you'd get the wedding DLC and you'd get married. Who knows? Maybe you'd get the Baxter DLC and you'd figure that out. Who knows? Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else he might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Bet. Cool. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll all be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Yeah. Cool. Well, that's cool. It is cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Donnie. It is cool. I'm already looking forward to it. Night night. Mwah. We're going to a place called the Ark, and it's a literal representation of the Ark. Oh wow, that's cool. I want to go there. That sounds cool. I like the Ark story. It's interesting. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. He's hugging me? I'm usually the hug initiator. It knocked the breath out of you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could. Oh, how I wish the night would never end. Night Cove. Oh my gosh, he's always such a sad boy, I swear. He finally let go, giving you another smile. He acts like the end of the world is constantly upon us, and we're the last people on the earth. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? Why are we also a sad boy? You hope for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Bada bing! That was the intro, baby. That was good. I like that. Hang! That sounds very good. I'm gonna take a little pause here. I'm gonna be right back. It's not a spoiler, but I miss Cove so much that even him saying I'll see you tomorrow makes me emotional. Oh, that's so cute. He is very sweet. He's just a nice little sad boy. A little goofball. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Really fast. You won't even notice I'm gone. Okay. Ah, I'm back. Where were we? Gushing about Cove? Yes, he's a good boy. Sweet boy. Love that guy. But I'm not obsessed. That's the only problem. I spent this whole time being his friend. I can't unbe his friend. That's my problem. That's why I like more straightforward people. When you're my friend, it's over. We're only friends. I'm sorry forever. I can't possibly think of you as more. Unless you immediately tell me immediately. That's so unfortunate. The people, they say the friend zone doesn't exist, but it does for me. Oh. You grabbed a large beach towel from your bed and stuffed it in the bag. Oh, are you going to the beach? You already packed your water bottle for your upcoming beach hangout session. I mean, we've been to the beach so many times, but it's still nice. The stars had aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. Is Baxter free today? Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you. Cove and Terry, oh my gosh, long sentence. Let's give it another go. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. You were hoping this would be a fun time together. Ah! Shirtless crybaby boy in my room. Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. He shown up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere. It had disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. You could have gotten a new one somewhere. What happened to all your other swimsuits? You don't have to wear a swimsuit to be on a beach. Yeah, what happened to your other swimsuits, brother? I know that's not your only one. Cove looked away and shrugged. I might have some laundry to do. I understand, anyways, I don't know why it was in the bathroom when I never put it there. Why do I understand him? I understand. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, then he rolled up and carried without much care. But I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crap to lose my favorite trunks. Man. They're such small trunks though. They're smaller, he's a big boy. Maybe he grew out of his trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. You walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Oh, what kind of swimsuit do I want to wear? A tankini. Your height had complicated shopping a bit. Not all suits were made to properly fit people like you. And then for the shape of your body. I was just a scrawny little old lady. Or maybe I'm a biggin. I'm gonna go at middle of the road. Can I have a fantasy where all clothes fit me? Maybe I should have said that. Do I have muscles? Am I Chad? Yes. Yes, I think so. I want to be a Chad. No, yes, painfully average or a Giga Chad. This is tough. I'll do a little bit, okay? I'll do a little. Your build was toned and firm, with muscles that were there, though slight in size. You had lost some weight and were lighter than what you were when you were younger. Oh yeah, I said when I was in the last playthrough I was a chunky monkey. You had to buy smaller clothing than what you were used to wear. You had gained more muscle in recent years. It was clear when you compared to how you were when you were younger.
Are you okay?
They remember I was a chubby. You alright? He is a big boy. He's 6 and he still gets tall. He's 6 feet and still gets taller? Dang, he's taller than me. Well, I put in here that he is technically taller than me. You know, my family is over 6 feet. Like, so Yeah, I have a family of talls. I am a tall in a family of talls, so it doesn't alarm me too much. Oh yeah, I was thinking about some things. What things? Just myself and my body, really. How horribly hot I've become. Did you see me when I was a kid, all my baby fat? I'm a stud now. Can you believe it? His eyebrows rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. I hate these identity questions. Isn't it enough that I already asked? If I already ask myself that in real life, can I not in a video game? I want to be at peace. I want peace. You knew for sure that you were non-binary. Your identity had different facets to it. You still didn't know what you identify you felt truly comfortable with. Yeah, we'll just go with the first one. I had no questions about that part. We're non-binary. You had a naturally flat chest. Yes, that's good. You had breast augmentation surgery at this age? I don't have money for that. Use a padded bra for now, but intended to get surgery later. Nanda. So my chest is flat and they're asking me if I want big bahongas, big kakonga wangas. That's good. I'm fine. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. You were confident in yours. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable in this imaginary body that I've crafted for myself in this video game. Your body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content in. You used to not feel as good when you were younger, but since you had grown in your body, you felt more at home now and less uncomfortable. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. A question in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. What do you think about me? Yeah, tell me. You like the way I look, right? What do you think? He looked at Cove expectantly. Cove smirked, his eyes taking you in easily. Fishing for compliments, Donnie? Yes, that's why I asked. Tell me I look good. Come on, what do you think? Tell me. The hair? Nice color? You look great. Everyone knows that, including you, by the way. Unless that's changed. You pouted. I'm gonna pout. I didn't want a compliment, I was just asking. So what if I wanted a compliment? You still should, yeah. Give me a compliment. I'm waiting. I said you look great. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to try to unsubtly cover his smile. I was kind of worried you were so in your own head because something was wrong. Guess not. I'm glad. Hey, Donnie. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You're looking particularly toned today. He answered not with words, but with a solid okay sign with both hands. And the same cheeky smile. Yes! I got a compliment. That's what I wanted. I am at peace. Cove was suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly he'd complimented you. He stood by it, even if he was a little red. You were a little taken back. That came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. Out of nowhere, I'm gonna ask him. He's just doing what I said. Which he should. Honestly. I didn't know you liked my arms so much. Yeah. You started to flex and show off jokingly. You flirtatiously stretched. You stood there, stunned. A compliment for me? Oh, can't believe it. You're so sweet and fantastic. Oh, you're such a goober. I could just squish your cheeks. You have some very good arms yourself. Aw, that's good too. He does. He's got those swimming arms. Compliment for compliment. That's how I live my life. Cove ducked his head and started to rub his left arm. Yeah, it seemed he was much more prepared to rain praise on you than to receive it himself. He barely could respond. Thanks, you too. Oh, I already said that, huh? Thanks. It's so adorable. I could just pat his head with my mouse. More. Finally, you felt that was enough of the topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. Let's get a tankini going. Let's get a one piece. You decided to wear a Speedo without a top? Kill me first. You wanted to wear a swim trunk with no shirt? Interesting. What's the most non-binary clothing I could possibly wear? There it is. Two-piece tankini. Boom. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. Let's see. We're gonna get some sunglasses. Oh wait, can I not pick anything else? You grabbed a full swimsuit cover up to wear as well. You picked out a regular shirt to wear as well. Grabbed a hat. Board shorts? Huh, no way. You took Google's. You bought a shawl. You grabbed a hat. I'll just take the sunglasses. I look very cool. Don, he's more handsome than Cove. Thank you, LG. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. I'm gonna take that as a compliment and not a diss at Cove. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked at Cove. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as he waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought he was comfortable, if that was a comfortable place to sit. Oh yeah, he's sitting at our windowsill right now. Wow, he just loves it there. It's a good shape, I guess. You hoped so, given how long he'd perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beachwear with him just chilling there. I need to change. Cove is like, I know. He's like, yeah, continue. Cove smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright, bye-bye. Cove lowered himself off the window and strolled past you to get to the door. He lightly brushed his fingers against your cheek when he walked past. Why did he do that? Nanda.
Bye.
I'll see you out front. Okay. What? When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. Another thing about me is I don't understand anything that's not obvious flirting. I'm a very dense person, so if you don't outright tell me you like me, even if you do outright tell me you like me, I won't understand what you're talking about. I'll be like, oh yeah, me too, I like me too, I'm pretty great, huh? What did you want? It's been like that for a while. My friends had to tell me that someone was flirting with me a lot, and I was like, what? When? Nah, you guys are crazy. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down, and scuffed his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Nice to see you again. Hi, Miranda and Terry are gonna be here in not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying she was mostly on schedule. Why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. Good idea, Cove. That sounded like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Cove shot off a quick text telling the two of them you'd be there. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Oh, if you do tell me that you like me, I'll probably think you're lying or trying to play a prank on me. There's no winning with me. You can't possibly do anything about it. There's no winning. You're either trying to sell me something, or you're trying to trick me, or you're too subtle and I don't understand. Unfortunately, there's no way. Cove laid out a towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out in the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect. Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore? Or we could do something here? Do you wanna do things at the beach? The water sounds good. Taking a stroll will be fun. I don't mind my feet being in the water. You plan just to get some sun. Either way is fine. What should you do? My beach routine is usually to sit on the beach chair and lay there and go to sleep because it's hot and I don't want to do anything. And then eventually go into the water because it's quite hot and I've just destroyed my skin. We can walk on the whatever water, whatever, a romantic walk on the water. Let's do it. You wiggled your toes in response to the comment and looked off into the shoreline. Gob nodded, accepting the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absentmindedly, and also getting ice cream. That's just the important part. I'm not laying there just sleeping. I also have ice cream. It's important. Yeah, sounds nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing salty air. Philip caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over you two, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight towards you. Oh my gosh. Terry and Miranda's swimsuits already? Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. So childish, these two. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cole waved them on with a bright grin. I'm gonna cheer. You shouted a greeting? Yeah, I'll cheer, whatever. Wee woo. Wee woo, wee woo. Yeah! Miranda's so cute. Oh my gosh. I'm simping. The two officially arrived at Cove's and your setup. Looking completely ready at the ocean adventure, they were already in their swimwear and raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach.
Hey.
Hi! Hello, hello! I gotta remember what voices I gave them. She beamed and Miranda nodded with a smile.
Oh yeah.
And man, I'm so pumped. Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over on your own? Cove, Donnie, have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. That's so me. Whenever someone asks me something and I knew the answer before they asked me, and now I don't. You gave a vague answer? What have you guys been up to? The huge. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her sister and brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently, everything had gone smoothly. You met up with Terry on the way here and you knew the rest. Hove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. You felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. Wow, what a great guy. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. Wet sand was under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. I seem to like everybody a lot except Cove. I like Cove a lot, I really do, but every time I see someone new, I'm just like, huh? Who are you? Wow, we should be best friends. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footsteps were soon smoothed by the waves. Your friends chatted as you walked together. You took turns pointing out the cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. I made a mistake when I was younger and I walked on the beach not knowing it was like filled with seashells, and I cut my foot. It was bad. That was my first experience at the beach too. Sad stuff. Hours passed and the group had been moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. And also it was cold. We were at a cold beach. Who does that? I swear, I think I might have gotten sick from that. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's sides. Both worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Man. I've never seen anyone do that in real life, by the way. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your eyelids. Oh, it's Cove. He's definitely got a beach bod. So as to say. You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around the pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Oh man, is it sunscreen simulator? Hey. Hey. He ran his hands across his chest to work the sunscreen in, and you might have checked him out a little from the corner of your eyes while still sipping some water. But why can I imagine this scene in a commercial? After he finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. But then he sighed again, this time with an exaggeratedly disappointed way. You wondered if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically if you didn't say anything. What's tiny baby? Tell me what's wrong. Ooh woo. You wondered what it was. You raised an eyebrow, you chuckled. Oh, whatever it is, I'm sure you're gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. It sounds like me right now. After all, this is an excellent place to hide a body. Sounds like something I'd say. You gestured to Terry, who was practically just a hill of sand with a human head at this point. That got a quick chuckle out of him, but he quickly hid his amusement. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes. I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Now you're really confused. You waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. That's my Cove, sad boy club. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. How would you say that? Take that back. Take that back right now. Take that. He's covering it up. Do you guys remember in like the first part of this playthrough, I had hypothesized that Cove was actually a mermaid, and now he's bringing it up again. Coincidence? I think not. He's trying to hide something from me. What if what he really wants to do is he wants to stay here because of the beach is nice, and he wants to swim around as a mermaid while I'm not here, so I don't find out that he's a mermaid, and I was right the whole entire time. And knowing the truth would just make our relationship so weird. Like, what do I do if he's actually a mermaid? Our relationship would be in shambles because I don't know where I'm going with this, but He's lying. That's what I'm trying to say. He's a liar. He's trying to cover up the fact that he's a mermaid. Okay, let's continue. What? Say that again to me? That had not been what you were expecting. He continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid. Well, merfolk as a whole. I really hoped that they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. Cove, you stinky little stinker. How could you say that about your own kind? He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. You don't say, Kobe. You don't say. This place is perfect for mermaids? Wow. I wonder if you thought about that for a long time or maybe swam with your mermaid tail here without my knowledge. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met by now. Or at least we would have heard someone else seeing it, but nothing. He's testing me. He is trying to see if I believe in mermaids and if I think they're cool or not, so he can reveal to me the truth. He acted as though the result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. You silly little baka. How could you say that? That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. Pretend to be shocked and disappointed. That's hardly proof. Show me better proof than that. They could still exist. As you said, the ocean's a big place. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilting off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a mer person did happen to wash up on shore one day. Happened to wash up on shore, Okay, well, I like where this is going, Cove. Continue. He looked at you with a faux doleful expression. I could have lost my best friend to their magical underwater world. Huh? Nani? Oh yeah, I'd totally go live under the sea with merfolk. This is it, guys. He's gonna tell me. Even if I had the chance, I'd stay on the shore with you. I'd go with the mer person, but only if you could come with us too. I'm gonna say I'll totally go undersea with a mer person. Wink. Cove, tell me. Cove smirked triumphantly. I knew it, but I can't blame you. If a beautiful, kind mer person falls for somebody, I'm pretty positive that the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on land with a normal guy. Exactly. Are you warning me that you'd leave if you had that kind of offer? Why are you so sure that I'd have to make that call, Huh? Since this is all hypothetical, why not have you be the mer person? Oh, I like that one. I don't want that. I should get to be a mer creature and then I'd invite you to the underwater world. No. Let's think about this a little bit. If he is a mer, Cove turned his face to beam at you. He brightened immediately. I'm telling you guys, I'm freaking right. Where's the mermaid DLC? Now we're talking. I'd be a good mer person, right? A good merman, right? You'd be the best merman. In fact, show me your best merman impression right now, if you would. Cove's gaze was drawn back to the water with shining eyes. He was clearly imagining some world where he was a merman who happened upon you here at this beach. You tried to picture what he could be thinking. It would be quite a lovely story. I'm pretty sure I watched a BL about this. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. Oh man, what about the mermaids? You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. Oh man. She's alive. We're gonna have to start all over that part. Do you just want to give up on this now?
No way.
No way. The burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up. It seems like we're needed. Indeed, Cove, we have to go bury this woman. You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help you hold the rest together. The three people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid Man. Not sponsored. She kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and Terry's shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There was probably a better way to get out of it. The four of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you had all ran out of water, drinkable water anyway. Why don't we all go get ice cream? Isn't that a good idea? It was decided that you'd head over to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. Yeah, oh my gosh, Miranda is so cute. I'm sorry. Oh, what's Terry saying? Oh, what's next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same, I guess we could keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. I certainly am not. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite mealtime. Uso daro? Uso desho? I'm incredibly hungry and I want ice cream. Oh my gosh, Miranda. Did you just say dessert? Wow, best girl, best girl. Miranda put a finger on her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry, I don't want to hear anything that's not ice cream. Terry considered it, and then Miranda shot a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. That's right, it does. I can definitely go for that. We can all go for that. You know I'm up for more. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friend glanced at Cove in his place. He shook his head immediately. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Oh, no. She cut in and held her hands up as trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked. It's not that bad. No, The stupid, stinky, nasty. Well, there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and started to dig around her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it in triumph for a brief moment of celebration. I'll search for something good. You better, Terry. Better find the best Sunday this side of Sunday town or something. Carrie got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. What? She assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet, having not even registered it prior. He chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. He looked towards you. He looked towards yours. Oh yeah, are you guys gonna change or what? Do I want to hang out with the girlies? I'm wearing a tankini, I'm fine. You watched Cove disappear into his house. Terry was deep in the midst of scrolling through food options. You shuffled over to where you could see, and Miranda did the same. There's ice cream! People love ice cream, especially around here. I don't really feel like ice cream. Miranda, you're off my best girls list. Please walk away if you don't want ice cream. Cool, cause I don't either. Cove, come back, please. Can you talk some sense into these girls? Can you talk some sense into them, please? She flicked her finger up and another ice cream place showed up. Melty Moo Moo's frozen treats with an unfortunate cartoon mascot. I like ice cream. It's just not for today. There has to be something else. So come on. Just has to be something else, huh? Like what exactly? Huh? Tell me. Tell me what it is you want. You thought on it and Terry kept scrolling. You heard a door open and Cove reappeared. Oh, nice. Nice shirt, Cove. We're just talking. We're just giving a nice powwow over here. You were about to be surprised at how quick he was, but then you noticed he'd just thrown on a t-shirt over his swim trunks and slipped a pair of sandals on. Of course. Hey, I'm upset. Give me ice cream right now. Everyone else exchanged their respective greetings and then looked back at Terry's phone. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Ugh. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. That's how fancy they are. She shoved her phone in your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show you any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. Fine, yeah, the food seems great. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation with branded wrapping for the crepes and well-applied toppings. You know what? Fine. Whatever. Crepes are cute. I'll take it. I'll take it, whatever. Weird. I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Drive? You can drive? Terry cheered at the success of the plan made, and you all walked around to Cove's car. He has a car? He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. Why didn't we drive to the beach? I know it's a walk away, but I like to be driven. I don't like to drive as much as being driven like a dog. You wrote "wash me" in dirt on his car. You waited for Cove. I'm not gonna freaking do that. Freaking disrespectful. Who do you think I am? Someone's gonna give me a ride, I'm just gonna trash their car? I'm not a disrespectful teen, am I? Terry leaned back against the car door as the group stood by for his return. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face as he brushed it back. Shotgun! No, I'm shotgun. Terry, you're getting on my nerves. I'm shotgun. I'm always shotgun. She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. You didn't argue and climbed back and you didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as her navigator, directing Cove to the crepes. Cafe on Crepe Island, here we go, guys. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once, and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn, but with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been Man, I'm having trouble. Let me just turn my eyes on for a second. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the creperies interior, and why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently, and it was already on Google. There was a window you could walk up to and one for cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I need to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go. And you didn't think you needed to put a shirt on, huh? Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured to the drive-through option. Cove shook his head with a snort. Oh, I forgot I was doing voices for them. I'm just reading. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Bruh. Empty. Why is it so big and empty? When they expect to be here? Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to ease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time he had crepes. I'm going to sleep, but I just want to say that you're really funny and I love this entire stream. Aw, that's so nice of you. Good night. Thanks for coming. Oh, wow. I'm happy. Apparently, there'd been a dessert explosion topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had been cake icing. That's sweet.
So great.
Literally, it was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I really tried. If you can't finish it, give it to me. Come on, hand it over. You can do it this time, Randy. Can I make my own crepe? Hell yeah, come on, let's do this. There were some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that they were more than just crepes. There was also ice cream, and your dreams have been realized. There were definitely crepes, many crepes. However, the stall had also a lot of drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, and milkshakes. If there's one thing I like more than ice cream, it's milkshakes. Because you can put soda in there. Jackpot! She grinned and held out her fist for a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made and slowly put their hands down. Cole's mouth twitched in a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at the menu. I'm gonna order... man, none of this does not say milkshake. Fine, I'll get a crepe and a drink for my worries. Hello, I'd like to... Oh no, talking to a cashier simulator. I'm not this good at it. I'd be standing there for like 5 hours before I even bustled my way up there and gave them a meek look. Not in their eye, of course. I'd be looking at the menu and saying what I read instead of looking directly at them. Hello, can I get a crepe and a drink? And I think that's it. And then they say, huh? Speak up. I couldn't hear you. And I'd have to just squat down because they're usually shorter than me. I have to squat down and ask them through a hole in the clear glass that we all have to use now and ask them again. This is a horrible experience. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking the orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. Specifics? I'm sweating. For the crepe itself, you wanted ooh, green tea, that sounds pretty good. Lemon, that sounds pretty good. Lemon. For the filling and toppings, you picked ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Doesn't say ice cream. Y'all are tripping. What is this? I can't have anything in this world. Man. Whipped cream. Whipped cream is too light. I feel weird about being very specific about how I order food, but it just happened to me recently. I was in a store and I had to do that. I'm always reminded of how apparently far away I am from people and how small my voice apparently is. Okay, chocolate syrup sounds good. Caramel syrup, oh, I can pick a lot. All right. Might as well get that powdered sugar on there. Whipped cream on top. That's it. After you pick the size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered. I don't actually want anything to drink now that I think about it. Oh, wait a second. Yes, I do. A milkshake. You could add. This is a lot, isn't it? You could also add a mix in or toppings for the drink. I already have the giantest crepe in existence. I don't need anything more. You paid and stepped aside. This is my equivalent of asking for like a double triple decker cheeseburger and then a salad. Cove got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top and mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Terry went crazy with toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. That a girl? Miranda opted for a frappe with caramel syrup and condensed milk. Not bad. The four of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. I heard what you ordered, Donnie. Glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. Is that something to be happy about? I couldn't just pick one, then why not? Exactly, it's gonna be good, and I'm not paying for any of this. Am I, Cove? Donnie, man, your crepe is gonna rock. Yes, Terry. Yes, it is. High five for topping appreciation. Yes, hell yes. Yes. No, wait. No way, you fist bumped her palm. I do this to the unfortunate. My brother always tries to high five me and I always give him the fist bump and he always gets so upset. But I do it every time. I don't know what he's expecting me to do about it. I'll give her a high five because I want to be normal for one day. You hit her hand with a satisfying smack. Order for Donnie. Dione? Order for Dione. Oh, I've got to get that. You grab your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly, with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frappe over with a grin. Terry sipped, and she clearly loved it. Okay, we got through that sentence. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice. With all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. We have to take a picture of our food, guys. It's important. Don't eat it right away. Are you guys crazy? It's Instagrammable. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew the other'd end up sharing. Do you guys have a friend like that? Where you buy stuff specifically because the other person would is gonna share with you. I do that with one of my friends. Always buys so little in the first place, and we end up sharing. So, do you want to share ours? Why would we share ours? I'm not sharing. Terry, Miranda, can I join in the sharing? You offered to share your order with everyone. You said no, I'm not. You can't. Why do I have? Why is it 3 options to share? Why do I have to share? I didn't even get what I wanted. I wanted ice cream. Fine, I'll share whatever. I'll ask Cove. Or maybe no. Dang it. Fine. I'm gonna do. My brain right now is on couple. Trying to be couple mode. Here we go. Oh, look, his face lit up with excitement. That's good. Oh, good. That's good. You exchanged treats and took a chomp on the lemon crepe. It was light with a sourness from the lemon, the sweetness from the syrupy berry mix. We ordered like the same thing. I don't know what the point of sharing is. That was my thought. The smoothie was finely blended with the occasional chunk of strawberry. Clove seemed to enjoy his taste, and then you swapped back. He smiled as he took a loud sip from his smoothie. Thanks, you always get good stuff. Yes, I do. This is the truth. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. Uh-huh. Cove? Look at Terry's face like, you okay, man? Terry tore off a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove. Care to make a trade? Sure. Yay, friendships. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the 4 of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. That would not be happening. You wouldn't have been surprised. I only share with like 1 person, and they don't ask for much, so it's good. It's like a balance. Okay. I'm a little. I like to eat. Okay, leave me alone. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frappe than Miranda did. You kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently you were about to just walk right out in the middle of nowhere. What? Oh, are you guys okay? Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frappe. Geez, how much you barked just now? Impossible, preposterous. How are we already at the end? I always forgot how tiny the town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
It kind of is, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. Yeah, it definitely felt bigger then. You guys are lucky to live in decent sized cities. There are tinier places out there. It always seemed like there wasn't much here. Now I felt bigger. There was a time when Sunset Bird had felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourists. But now you had realized it was just a pond in this big world. Ah, Sone. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into Nowhere Land. A repressed memory. Nowhere Land. Hey ho, come on, let's go to Nowhere Land. Where's that from? Come on if you can. I don't remember. With Maggie and the Ferocious Beast. Oh my gosh, why did that just take out a memory? Oh my gosh. We're not only 1, Terry, there's 4 of us. Do you guys remember that show, Maggie and the Ferocious Beast? Man. Oh, man. Oh. I gotta look that up when I'm done here. I wonder if it's still going. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back, but we're the ones who walked here. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out that direction. And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. He stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go any further. Can we take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Right on cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang around the sign before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed in bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. Literally could not do that. I would turn back and walk away immediately. I'm not sitting on the side of a road. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. You know, I guess I don't understand what it's like to live in a small town. I've always lived in a city, and when it's a city, it's gross everywhere. It's gross everywhere. But as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. We're getting stolen, guys. They're gonna come steal us. But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew represented themselves so distinctively. Please be Baxter, please be Baxter, please. God be Baxter. Yes! 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 It's him! Hey, neighbors. Hello, Baxter. Cove openly sighed when he recognized him. You sure did, Cove. It's our guy. Afterwards, sucking suckingly at the straw in his long, empty drink. Yes. I'm gonna wave at him. Hi, Baxter. It's me. Hi, it's me, your friend, Donnie. You wondered what he was doing here. You wish he hadn't stopped the chat. You smiled and were excited to see him. I'm gonna wave at him. Hi, hello. You leaned forward and tried to get a better look. His hands were loose on the steering wheel and he seemed rather relaxed to have just pulled over on the side of the road. You waved and he nodded in acknowledgement. And you thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. It's not that weird. Don't think about it too much. You're making it weird if you think about it too much. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter, and a light bulb went off for Terry. Ah, that's the new person in the condo, the bee man, right? Yeah, Baxter. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Me and Terry are on a different wavelength. Incredible. This is perfect. Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded with clenched fists, hesitantly followed Terry. Are you guys gonna catch a ride from Baxter? I'm sure he'd let you. Maybe. I gotta see. I gotta know. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He was clearly had no intention of going over. Cove is always the same with new people like this, right? He's always like, you're weird, and I'm gonna be over there and ignore you as much as I can. And hopefully Donnie will also ignore you so I can be comforted. I'm gonna say hi to Cove. This is a I'm not gonna make him come over, but it's fun. I like their dynamic. It's funny. He doesn't want to go over. I'm just gonna go over myself. Cove waited in the grass without another word. You joined the other two and stood next to Baxter's car. He smiled genially at you.
Nice to see you.
His voice is too deep for his face. Donnie, it's very nice to see you once more. He gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just rented this car for my stay here and was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Then these two were kindly introducing themselves. Yup, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, since you know us, you should give us a ride. That a girl, Terry. Terry? Her voice was whispered, but her tone was clear. This was not Miranda approved. What? Then we won't have to walk back to the parking lot. It'll take care of it. That's true. Terry. Big brain. Miranda bit her lip. Terry, clearly not seeing the problem, pointed at Miranda and turned back to Baxter. You wouldn't make a cute girl trudge down this empty road, right? Look at her. Yeah, look at Miranda. Baxter did. Miranda smiled uncomfortably, and he grinned playfully. Of course not. Consider me at your service. Yeah! Terry to the rescue, bro. She spun around and tried to wave Cove over. You could tell from his face that he was already alarmed. Get over here! Baxter's giving us a ride! Yay! You could make out his frown in the distance, however, he did start to drag himself out of the grass. Oh, I love Terry, and she's great actually. Even though she didn't want ice cream, it doesn't have to be like that. Some like crepes, some like ice cream. We could be different and still be friends. I'm happy about this. Give me a ride, Baxter. Chop chop. Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful to Terry for arranging it. Miranda looked down and put on a polite smile. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are welcome. And he does a bow, and he does a little, like, puree or something. Pirouette? That's... Terry did have a point. It would have been inconsiderate to abandon you here. And after all, your company is a favor to me. What a gentleman, am I right, everybody? Miranda laughed a little, and Terry slung an arm over Miranda's shoulder with a big grin. Seeing their reactions, he made a point to search for yours too. Ugh. I'm gonna say... Wait, what did he say? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You hope Cole will get here soon. You are flattered. Was I flattered? What did he say? I've only read this line like 5 times. I don't know what he's talking about. It would be inconsiderate to abandon you here, and after all, your company is a favor to me. Am I flattered by that? Not really. It is funny. Cove stepped up to the car, his expression now inscrutable. I love Cove. Every time he sees someone new, he's like, I don't care about that guy. Sucks. It sucks here. I hate new people. Hello. Hi. Alrighty, plan made. Let's hop in. Oh, luxury vehicle. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car scented air freshener. I hate the smell of a new car. I absolutely cannot stand it. I despise it. I'm glad we all wear masks now so that I don't have to sit in the car and smell it fully. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on in back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there.
Sound alright?
Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable, and if someone could point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. You began to explain where you had come from. It was pretty easy to direct him straight down the road and one turn into a parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Hey, you wanna get crepes? Cove, what kind of crepe you like? Woo, wee woo, woo woo. Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. Oh, Cove. Oh, my dear boy. I'm gonna clap as well. Nudge Baxter in a friendly way. We're not that close. That's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna smile. We made it. You were glad to have reached your destination and pleased at the fanfare of your friends. Didn't say a word, but Terry and Miranda definitely caught your amusement. We've arrived. That was easy. Just like the button, that was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks. Thanks, buddy, bucko, monochromo. What should I call you? Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. What do you want, Baxter? You want a crepe? Everyone congregated against the front of Baxter and Cove's cars. This is a teen hangout now. This is just a teen hangout, isn't it? Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. And that goes for everyone here. I have a car. I love Cove so much, dude. He's so funny. He's just like, no big shot, I have a car. Piss off. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. Yeah, me and Terry are on the same wavelength here. She did not know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. I love characters that are obviously supposed to seem flirty, but what they're saying is completely normal, and if they didn't say it the way they said it, it would not be so misconstrued. And that's my biggest like rife. I always take, no matter who the person is, even if they're flirting, I'm just gonna take them face value. I can have his number. I'll take it. We can talk. I'm sure Cole was fine with that. He beamed widely at your response. Yes, yes, yes. I want to be friends with this guy. He looks like he knows how to party. Baxter pulled out a pen he had with him for some reason and jotted his number down. He passed a little paper to you and you accepted. When your giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder what option would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool. Terry is amazing. She takes initiative.
What?
What's wrong, Cove? You don't want to go somewhere interesting? Cove was taken aback. He had a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Somewhere else? Different place? No. Because we can. Terry, so you know what? I changed my mind on Terry. She's great. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up. We could go to the park near my place. It's a real nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought.
Doable.
My man, let's go to the park, I guess. I didn't really, that's not what my first thought was when I thought of someplace cool, but you know, the park. Maybe it has a waterfall. No, not a waterfall, a fountain. Am I working? My thing just froze for me. I wonder if it froze for you. He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you. Well, we have 2 cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home, but if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. Cove is so upset, bro. I want to go to the park and continue the hangout session with Baxter. I want to get to know this freaking jean shorts. Who wears shredded shorts like that with a collared shirt? This guy is wild, dude. You want? Yeah. Let's continue. I know Cove doesn't want to, but listen to me, Cove. You don't get it. You aren't ready to tag out just yet. You came to the decision and turned to Cove. Let's go to the park. Alright, park time it is. He smiled a little. Terry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. He felt like he made a good decision. Yeah. This is a good idea. Uh-huh. To the car! Again! Yeah, whatever car that might be. You gestured at Cove and to Baxter, seeing who would volunteer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped the hood of his car nervously. We can go in Baxter's, I guess. It'd be less of a pain than bringing both. We're all going to the same place. Man, this guy's annoyed, bro. 3 away from 200? Oh, for real? We're so close. We're so close to seeing my good girl, Mulberry. If you're watching, please like and subscribe. It's for my good friend Mulberry to join my streams. Are you okay with that, Baxter? Certainly. I meant what I said. When you need a lift, I can give it. So listen, neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time, Baxter offered to turn on some music. After all, it would be a little bit of a drive to get to the park. Play the anime. Play the anime. Play what you normally would, don't mind us. Can we see what's on the radio? I'd rather not have any. I'd rather not have any music? Are you a psychopath? No way, that's insane. Can we see what's on the radio? I don't want to know what wait, what? I do want to know, actually. What would you normally play? Yeah, I'd like to see what kind of stuff a guy like you is into. Exactly, Terry. I hope it's either I hope it's classical music, anime music, or like rock. Those are my 3 guesses. It's gotta be one of those. I hope the playlist lives up to your expectations. He plugged his phone into the car with the aux cord and turned on some alternative music. With the music taken care of, Baxter put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. What kind of alternative music? What? Like, that could be anything. Tell me. If he saw one on the aux cord, I gotta know. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed that he was careful anyways. During the trip, it changed to hard rock, punk, and even screamo. I was right. There it is. He's into punk and stuff. Despite his personable demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. It took a while to arrive. By the time you got there, the sky was golden with the orange streaks of sunset. Man, Miranda, could you have picked a farther place to go? It's just a regular park. It's not even that cool, Miranda. Can you next time think of something cooler? I don't know. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll along one of the paths. You walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sights. I'm still in my swimsuit. Miranda seemed amazingly content. The location helped her relax in the company. Aw, that's nice. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along. What a nice guy. Not bad. I've never been here, but I definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You missed out, Baxter, because every year she has a blowout party at the park. Imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward sigh. Yup, every year. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terry slid in beside her. They spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. That's just Cove. Oh, I missed that. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around. To me! Oh, we're gonna do a soccer simulator in text? That's just fun. Good stuff. Miranda threw the ball to her. Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast. I don't know any soccer anime, so I have no idea what's going on. This could be anything right now. She chucked it at Baxter, who only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off his chest and he stared at it, dazed. He doesn't know sports either? That a boy. That's my edgelord. He blinked as if he needed time to process what had happened, but then he grinned dangerously. He rushed after the ball, and rather than throwing it back, he surprised Terry and everyone else by lobbing the ball high in the air. You bent your neck back to watch it ascend and inevitably decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. There were oohs and ahs from Terry and Baxter. Baxter gave them a very proper bow. Is he doing the ball trick with the feet thing? I don't know what's going on. Anything could be happening right now. I don't know anything about soccer. When it finally fell to the ground for real, Cole was the one who picked it up. He was impressed and he wanted in. With that, everyone was drawn into the game. It was unspoken that whoever did the fanciest trick won. Bro, I'm not gonna do any fancy tricks. Don't hit it to me, please. Most of the gang was not particularly practiced with throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. Is this a soccer ball? Why are they throwing it? Is it a soccer ball or not? Did I read that wrong? I thought she'd... what's happening right now? However, there was a lot of laughter and you got to see Miranda's pull off a round off where she threw the ball with her feet, so that was cool. It was cool. The sunset eventually darkened into night and the street lights turned on. Your group's chosen picnic table laid in a bubble of light. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. Ambiance. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party or an important game or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yells startled Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. He looked at Terry for her loud outburst. I just remembered, there's gonna be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city. Oh, you just remembered? How convenient. At everyone's questioning look, she huffed and tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we could get into the casual event anyways. But we should still be able to see the show if we get close. We can't keep explosion in the sky away from the public. Cove raised an eyebrow and drummed his fingers on the table below him. You want to change locations again? Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Carrie rolled her eyes and then shook her head. To her, it was obvious. Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you, Donnie? Randy, Baxter? Don't you want to see fireworks? If it's fireworks, we gotta go. We're going to see the fireworks, Cove. Shut up. I guess they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change? We put the real budget into this. Yes! I knew this was a good idea. In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked at Baxter as the driver. His answer made or broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound, I'll go.
Honestly.
Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. You better hurry or you might miss it. He is so genuinely happy to have people around him. He must be lonely. Cove rolled his eyes but laughed. Cove's whole demeanor is the best in the world. It's so funny. Everyone headed back to the car yet again. Terry brought out her phone to navigate the city, and Baxter stepped on the gas. You were on your way. Whoa, this is just like that scene in Kaguya-sama Lover's War when they were driving in that car and there was fireworks right outside because they didn't make it. Spoiler, sorry. Super Mario Kart? Is it Super Mario Kart? Baxter drove past buildings aglow in warm yellow light that cut through the navy black light. One office building had bright LED lights that cycled through a whole rainbow of hues. It was difficult to get through all the traffic on the road, but I don't find parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scoping out a spot. She pointed out a sedan pulling out, and Baxter parked within seconds. Oh, we're back here. Oh, sweet. I love this location. I love the big buildings. Not wanting to miss the show, you all race down the waterfront walkway to find a place with a good view. We're all still in our swimsuits, being weird. What about here? Oh, it's Miranda saying that. Cove peered across the rails in the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet and isolated, and you could see the skyscrapers. Convenient. That was a good sign, based on where Terry thought the event was. Yes, this should work just fine. She stopped and tried to catch her breath, her hands on her knees. Miranda leaned against the wall between the establishments as she recovered. Cole wasn't even breathing hard. He stood by you with a slight smile on his face. He only let out a relief sigh. Think we missed anything?
No way.
Not a chance. Nothing's happening and we can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon. You felt excited. You thought this was kind of a silly situation. You were nervous about how close the fireworks would be. You felt pretty laid back about the whole thing. I'm pretty laid back about it. It's just fireworks. I live in a tall building. I see fireworks everywhere, all the time, when there's the occasion. They're just in the sky. It happened. Sure, the fireworks were something that you'd like to see, but you weren't overly invested in the show. You were with your friends, and that was already something. Fireworks would happen, or they wouldn't. You could accept it either way. Oh, they left. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry meanwhile crouched more than sat. Terry is active. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than wanting to directly start a conversation. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. We're all still in swimsuits. I noticed that every step of the way. Wearing a beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. Kirene! A flash lit up the sky with brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and silently watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom and a red firework lit up the night. There was red, and there was blue, and there was red again, and there was blue, and then there was green, and it was red again. Woo, the show's starting. It's so pretty. They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. More fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest ones washed your surroundings with their hue, turning your whole world blue, then red, then golden, then blue, then red. Did I deliver, or did I deliver? Terry, you are the go-to girl, alright? I will never doubt you ever again. Miranda's eyes glittered as she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. I want Miranda to lightly bump me with her hip. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but she was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. Yes! Miranda, this is why we're friends. We did it! Yay! I'm happy. I got everything I wanted except for the ice cream. But you know, a milkshake is kind of like ice cream. You gave her a little push and turn with a laugh. Oh ho ho ho. You were pleased you hadn't missed any of the show after all. I'm glad that everyone seemed to be having a good time. You were comfortable with how near it was. You were glad everyone was having a good time. Cove stared up at the sky with wonder, while Terry squealed in joy after a series of especially grand explosions. Miranda pointed to the ones that was shooting up and grasped it when it boomed and turned into a huge sphere of violet light. Baxter smiled in appreciation. It was good to see your friends in high spirits. Sonny. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by. Terry's hands gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across it while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. Cool guy coming through. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Interesting. Ooh. Ah. She pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool. Fireworks watching simulator. Terry had held up a hand for a high five and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? What a weird question. Who cares? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green? It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And is yours black? That's one of them. The other is, get this, it's white. Cove smirked with just a little and left the conversation there. Oh my gosh, who do I stand next to? Do I stand next to the girlies? I'm not gonna stand next to Baxter, I don't know this guy. Or I stand next to Cove. I'll stand next to Cove. I'm laser focused on the good end here, guys. Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at a spectacular multicolored fireworks above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer in front of him. You could see the night lights reflected in the water. You rested your arm on Cove's shoulder. You leaned your body against Cove. Oh, that's so nice. That's so sweet. I can't help it. It's so cute. Rested my arm on Cove's shoulder. That's too casual. Too casual. Rested against his side and let yourself relax. He felt solid and sturdy beside you. It was comfortable. Like a rock. You took a moment to watch him and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Clove grinned like a kid. Clove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling lights straight at you, and he sighed dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. Yeah, this is just like that one time when we went to the poppy field and fireflies zipped around or something. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more fireworks out at a time. Okay, we can do this, guys. We can read. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was a tinted green while doing a big... What's happening in this? You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green while a big boom sounded. Okay. Okay, that's very specific. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event? That made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear that this was an unforgettable night. Yeah. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this one again. Not for the rest of your life. There's probably gonna be a firework out there one day. You planned to hold on to the feeling you had in this moment for as long as you could. The end. Wow, wowie zowie. This was incredibly long. I had not expected it to be so long. So, but it was really nice. I was really enjoying myself. Almost didn't want that to end. Very, very good. Very good. I think this is a good place to end it. I had a very good time. I was having a pretty rough week. So just coming here, sitting down with our friend Cove and meeting Big Man Baxter was very good. I enjoyed that a lot. And yeah, that's all. Thank you so much for spending this time with me and with Cove and the girlies. It was good. It was good. I like seeing everyone older. This is nice. I think I'm enjoying myself. I don't know if I'm enjoying myself more, but I can definitely relate more to what's going on. I did love everything up to this point, so I'm just kind of feeling strangely nostalgic for it, even though it's been like only 2 weeks since I last played it. Please like and subscribe for more of content like this, because I'm going to finish it and it's going to be good. Okay, I'm going to go now. Bye.